Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The autumn evening had settled over Hobbiton like a soft woolen blanket, bringing with it that particular quality of twilight unique to the Shire. The kind of dusk where the last golden rays of sun painted the round doors of the smiles in honey-coloured light, and the first stars began to prick through the deepening blue overhead. Smoke curled from 100 chimneys, carrying the scent of pipeweed and suppers cooking, of bread baking and stews simmering. It was the sort of evening that called hobbits indoors, to the comfort of their hearths and the company of friends. At Bag End, the most respectable hole in all of Hobbiton, preparations had been underway since mid-afternoon. Old Bungo Baggins, a stout fellow with a beard that had gone quite silver at the edges, had been bustling about with unusual energy for one of his advanced years. His wife, Belladonna, a took before her marriage, and possessed of that family's occasional streak of the unexpected, had overseen the laying out of refreshments with her customary grace. There were seed cakes and apple tarts, wheels of cheese and cold meats, jugs of cider and ale, and of course, great quantities of the finest leaf from the Southfarthing, for this was to be an evening of stories. And stories, as every hobbit knows, are best enjoyed with a full belly and a well-packed pipe. The occasion was the first night of the dark moon in October, a time when, by old tradition, the elder Hobbits of Hobbiton gathered at Bag End to share tales of times past. It was a custom that stretched back generations, to days when the Shire was younger and the world beyond its borders seemed larger and more mysterious. On this night each year, the ordinary concerns of crops and markets, of family squabbles and the latest gossip, were set aside in favour of something older and deeper. The tales told on these evenings were not the everyday stories shared over pints at the Green Dragon. These were the true stories, the old stories, the ones that reached back into the dimness of memory and touched upon matters both wonderful and strange. As the last light faded from the western sky, they began to arrive. First came old Gerontius Took, whom everyone called the Old Took, leaning on a stick of blackthorn and accompanied by his grandson Paladin. The Old Took was approaching his 110th year, a remarkable age even for a hobbit, and his memory stretched back further than anyone else's in the Shire. Behind him came Gorbadoc Brandybuck, Master of Buckland, a portly fellow with a laugh like thunder and a reputation for knowing every tale ever told along the banks of the Brandywine. Then Rufus Burrows arrived, the oldest hobbit in Hobbiton apart from Bungo himself, followed by Longo Baggins, Bungo's cousin, and Reginald Took, and Maddock Brandybuck, and half a dozen others, until Bag End's best parlor was quite full of respectable hobbit folk, all settling into comfortable chairs with sighs of contentment. Bungo himself, as master of the house, took his place in the great chair by the fire, while Belladonna ensured that every guest had a plate within reach and a mug in hand. The fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, where the light gleamed off the polished brass and copper implements hanging there. Outside, the night had grown properly dark, and the wind had picked up, making the shutters creak slightly and causing the flames to flicker. It was perfect weather for storytelling. When everyone was settled and the pipes were lit, sending up fragrant clouds of smoke that wreathed about the oak beams of the ceiling, Bungo cleared his throat. The murmur of conversation died away, and all eyes turned to him. This too was tradition. The master of Bag End always spoke first on these evenings, to welcome the company and to set the tone for what was to follow. "My friends," Bungo began, his voice warm and rich, "welcome to Bag End on this dark autumn night. We gather here, as our fathers and grandfathers gathered before us, to share the old tales and keep alive the memories of days long past. Outside these comfortable walls, the world goes on its way, heedless and hurrying. But here, by this fireside, we make time stand still for a few hours. We remember what was, and in remembering, we keep faith with those who came before us. There were murmurs of approval and the nodding of heads around the circle. The old Took tapped his stick against the floor in agreement, making a hollow sound that seemed to echo the sentiment. Bungo continued, "Tonight, I propose we tell stories of Hobbiton itself, of this very village and the land around it. Not tales of distant places or ancient days before the Shire was founded, but stories of our own home, of things that happened right here, perhaps even within living memory. For every hill and hollow around Hobbiton has its tale, if we but remember it. Every old tree and ancient stone, every well and crossroads has seen something worth the telling. What say you all to this? Shall we speak of Hobbiton after dark, of the strange and wonderful things that have befallen in our own corner of the Shire?" The assembled company agreed with enthusiasm, and there was a brief moment of discussion about who should begin. It was decided, as it often was, that the old Took should have the honour of the first tale, both by virtue of his age and his reputation as a storyteller. The ancient hobbit settled himself more comfortably in his chair, took a long draw on his pipe, and let the smoke curl out slowly before he began to speak. "Very well then," the old Took said, his voice surprisingly strong for one of his years. "I shall tell you of something that happened in my grandfather's time, which makes it well over 150 years ago, though the place where it occurred is known to all of you. You've all walked past it 1,000 times, I'll wager, and never given it a second thought. I speak of the old stone bridge that crosses the water, just beyond Bagshot Row, the one we call the Ivy Bridge, though precious little ivy grows on it now." Every head nodded. They all knew the bridge in question, a simple arch of grey stone that had stood there for time out of mind, so old that no one remembered who had built it or when. In those days, the old Took continued, Hobbiton was somewhat smaller than it is now, and the country round about was wilder. There were still wolves in the woods beyond the water, and foxes were bolder than they are today. The hobbits kept more to their holes after dark, and sensible folk didn't wander far from the lighted windows once the sun had set. But there was one young hobbit, a lad by the name of Doderick Tunnelly, who was not as cautious as perhaps he should have been. Doderick was the son of the miller, a strapping youth with more courage than sense, as the saying goes, and he had taken it into his head to court a lass who lived on the far side of the water. The old Took paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out, and the others waited with patient attention. The fire popped and hissed, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out in the darkness. When the pipe was drawing properly again, the old Took resumed his tale. Now, this lass was called Marigold Goodbody, and she was as pretty as her name suggests, with golden hair and a laugh that could make the grumpiest hobbit smile. Doderick was smitten, completely besotted, and he would walk the 1.5 miles to her father's smile every evening, courting her properly as a young hobbit should. Her father, old Holman Goodbody, approved of the match well enough, for the Tunnellys were respectable folk, and the mill was a good living. But Holman was strict about propriety, and he insisted that Doderick leave well before dark, so as not to give the neighbours anything to gossip about. This arrangement worked well enough through the summer months, when the days were long, and Doderick could walk home in the pleasant twilight. But as autumn came on and the nights drew in earlier, it became harder and harder for him to tear himself away from Marigold's company in time to reach home before full dark. One evening in late October, much like this one, Doderick lingered too long. The conversation had been particularly sweet, and Marigold's mother had made apple dumplings, which Doderick could never resist. By the time he finally took his leave, the last light had faded from the sky, and the stars were out in their multitudes. Doderick set off at a brisk pace, for he knew his own mother would be worried. And besides, there was something about the darkness that night that made him uneasy. The wind had a bite to it, and clouds were scudding across the moon, casting strange shadows. The familiar path seemed different in the dark, and more than once he stumbled over roots he could have sworn weren't there in daylight. When he reached the Ivy Bridge, he paused, for he thought he heard something, a sound that didn't belong to the night. It was music, the old Took said, leaning forward slightly in his chair, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. Not the sort of music you'd hear at a dance or a wedding, mind you, but something altogether stranger. High and sweet it was, like bells ringing very far away, or like the wind singing through crystal. Doderick stood at the near end of the bridge, his hand on the cold stone parapet, and listened with his heart beating fast. The sound seemed to come from beneath the bridge, from down where the water ran dark and swift over its stony bed. Now, a sensible hobbit would have hurried on home at that point, and Dodoric knew it. His mother had told him tales enough about strange lights and odd music heard near water after dark, warnings that went back generations. But there was something about that music that called to him, something that made his curiosity stronger than his caution. He told himself he would just take one quick look, just peek over the edge of the bridge to see what manner of creature might be making such a sound. And then he would run home as fast as his hairy feet could carry him. So Dodoric crept onto the bridge, moving as quietly as he could. Though the old stones creaked slightly under his weight, the music grew clearer as he approached the center of the arch. And now he could hear that it was not just formless melody, but had words to it, though in no language he recognized. The voice was high and clear, neither quite male nor female, and it had a quality that made the hair stand up on the back of his neck. When he reached the middle of the bridge, he leaned carefully over the parapet and looked down into the shadows below. What he saw there, the old Took said, pausing to take a sip from his mug, was something no hobbit had seen in the Shire for many a long year, if the old stories were to be believed. There, sitting on a flat rock in the middle of the stream, with her feet dangling in the water and her hair falling like a silver waterfall down her back, was a creature of surpassing beauty. She was taller than any hobbit, more slender than any mortal woman, and she glowed with a faint light of her own, as if moonbeams had taken form and decided to go for an evening swim. She was combing her hair with a comb that shone like starlight, and as she combed, she sang, and that was the music Dodoric had heard. The assembled hobbits shifted in their seats, exchanging glances. Some nodded knowingly, for they had heard hints of such things before. Whispers of the fair folk who had once dwelt in all the wild places of Middle-earth, before they had faded or departed over the sea. Others looked skeptical, but they held their peace, for the old Took's tale was not yet finished. Now Dodoric, the old Took continued, was a brave lad, as I've said, but he was not a fool, and he knew well enough what he was looking at. In those days, the old knowledge had not been quite so thoroughly forgotten as it is now, and every hobbit child knew that if you saw one of the fair folk, you must not speak first, and you must not accept any gift they offered, and above all, you must not let them know your true name, for names have power, and to give your name to one of the elven kind was to give them a hold over you that might last all your life and beyond. But here was Dodoric's problem. He was leaning over the bridge, staring down at this wondrous sight, and he was so entranced by the beauty of the creature and the sweetness of her song that he didn't notice when a loose stone gave way beneath his hand. The stone tumbled down with a splash into the water, and the music stopped at once. The pale figure looked up, and her eyes met Dodoric's, and in that moment he felt as if his heart had stopped beating altogether. For a long moment, neither moved. Dodoric clung to the parapet, unable to look away, while the fair one gazed up at him with eyes that were like deep pools, ancient beyond reckoning. Then, slowly, she smiled, and when she spoke, her voice was like the music had been, beautiful and strange and somehow sad. "Good evening to you, young master," she said. "It has been many a year since one of the little folk has looked upon me with such wondering eyes. What is your name, that I might know who shares this night with me?" And here, the old Took said, tapping his stick on the floor for emphasis, is where Dodoric showed the wit that saved him. For though his tongue nearly betrayed him, though the compulsion to answer truthfully was so strong it made his head swim, he remembered his mother's warnings just in time. Instead of giving his true name, he called out the first thing that came into his head. "I am called Knob by the Bridge," he said, his voice shaking only a little. "And who might you be, fair lady, that sits and sings beneath the stones?" The creature laughed, a sound like water over pebbles, and Dodoric knew that she had recognized his evasion, but she seemed amused rather than angered by it. "Well met, Knob by the Bridge," she replied. "I am called Nimbrathil, which in the speech of my people means white birch, for I was born in the elder days when the white trees first bloomed in the woods of Beleriand, which now lies beneath the waves of the sea. Long have I dwelt in the lonely places, and seldom now do the mortal folk seek me out, for they have forgotten the old ways and the old courtesies." Dodoric found his voice growing steadier as the immediate shock wore off. He had always been quick-witted, and now his wits were returning to him. along with a healthy measure of hobbit practicality. "Begging your pardon, my lady," he said, as politely as he could manage, "but what brings one such as yourself to our little corner of the world? I had thought your kind had all gone away, over the sea or into the far countries, leaving Middle-earth to us younger races." Nimbrithil's smile grew sad, and she set down her comb on the rock beside her. "Most of my kindred have indeed departed," she said, "and someday soon I too shall take ship and pass over the sea to the undying lands where grief and weariness can be healed. But there are few of us yet who linger in the forgotten places, the quiet corners where memory still dwells. This bridge, this stream, these stones, they remember when the world was young and green, when the first songs were sung and the first stars were kindled. I come here sometimes when the moon is dark and the mortals are all abed, to remember those days and to sing the old songs before they are lost forever." There was something in her voice that moved Dodoric's heart, despite his fear. She seemed so lonely, sitting there on her rock with the dark water flowing around her, singing to the night and the stones. Without quite meaning to, he found himself asking, "Are you lonely then, my lady? Do you miss your people who have gone away?" The fair one looked up at him, and in her eyes he saw a depth of sorrow that no hobbit could fully comprehend, for it was the sorrow of ages beyond counting, of watching the world change and all familiar things pass away. "Yes," she said softly, "I am lonely. More lonely than you can imagine, young Knob by the Bridge. To be the last of one's kind in a land growing strange, to remember what others have forgotten, to sing songs that no one else remembers. This is a loneliness deeper than any well, darker than any night." Dodoric felt tears prick at his eyes, for even though he was frightened, he was also a hobbit, and hobbits are not without compassion. "Is there nothing to be done?" he asked. "Nothing that might ease your loneliness, at least for a time?" Nimbrethil was silent for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. "There is one thing," she said. "If you would sit with me a while and listen to my songs, if you would keep me company until the first light of dawn, then I should count this among the kindest deeds done to me in many long centuries. For though I know you are afraid, young master, you have not fled, and you have not mocked me, and you have spoken to me with courtesy and compassion. These are rare gifts indeed." The old Took paused here and looked around at his audience. Several of the younger hobbits were leaning forward eagerly, caught up in the tale. Bungo was nodding slowly, as if he had heard some version of this story before, and was pleased to hear it told properly. Belladonna had a thoughtful expression on her face, her clever eyes distant. Now here, the old Took said, was Dodoric's dilemma. On the one hand, he knew that to spend the night in the company of one of the fair folk was a dangerous thing. Many were the tales of mortals who had done so and paid dearly for it, losing their way in time or forgetting their own homes and families. On the other hand, there was something in Nimbrethil's plea that spoke to the better part of his nature, the part that couldn't bear to see another creature suffering, even if that creature was ancient and powerful and not quite of this world. He thought of his mother waiting for him at home. He thought of Marigold Goodbody and the life he hoped to build with her. He thought of the mill and the familiar round of days that made up his existence. And then he looked again at Nimbrethil, sitting alone on her rock in the cold, dark water, and he made his choice. "I will stay," he called down to her. "I will listen to your songs until the dawn comes, though I confess I am frightened, and I do not fully understand what I am agreeing to. But it seems to me that loneliness is a terrible thing, whether it afflicts hobbit or elf, and if my company can ease yours for one night, then I will give it freely." The light in Nimbrethil's eyes grew brighter, like stars emerging from behind clouds, and she inclined her head in a gesture of gratitude that was achingly graceful. "You are kind beyond your years, Knob by the Bridge," she said. "Come down then, if you will, and sit upon the bank. I give you my word, which has never been broken in all the ages of the world, that no harm shall come to you from me this night, and that when the sun rises, you shall return to your own life and your own people, unchanged save for what you choose to remember." Dodoric clambered down from the bridge, finding the narrow path that led to the water's edge. The bank was soft with moss and fallen leaves, and he settled himself there, wrapping his coat more tightly around him against the cold. He was near enough now to see Nimbrethil clearly, and the sight took his breath away. She was beautiful in a way that made his heart ache, not with desire exactly, but with a kind of yearning for something he couldn't quite name, beauty that was almost too much to bear. like looking at the stars for too long, or listening to music so perfect it made you want to weep. Nimbrithil took up her comb again and began to sing, and Doderic listened. The old Took's voice grew softer now, almost dreamy, as he described what Doderic heard that night. She sang of the ancient days, of the awakening of the elves beneath the stars before the moon and sun were made, when the world was lit only by starlight, and everything was fresh and new. She sang of the great journey westward, of kindreds that divided and paths that diverged, of choices made that could never be unmade. She sang of the trees of Valinor, which Doderic had never heard of, whose light had been the light of paradise before they were destroyed. She sang of grief and loss, of wars and betrayals, of loves that endured beyond death, and friendships that lasted through ages. The hours passed like minutes and like years all at once. Doderic sat transfixed, understanding perhaps one word in 10, but somehow comprehending the meaning anyway, feeling it in his bones and his blood. He learned what it meant to be immortal, to watch generation after generation of mortals bloom and fade like flowers. He learned what it meant to love something that must inevitably die, to pour your heart into a world that changes and leaves you behind. He learned about beauty that was inseparable from sorrow, about memory that was both treasure and burden. The night grew colder, and frost began to form on the grass around him, but Doderic did not feel it. He was wrapped in the songs as if in a warm cloak, held in a moment outside of time. Sometimes Nimbrithil would pause between songs and speak to him, asking about his life, about the hobbits and their ways. She seemed genuinely curious about these small folk who had made their homes in the Shire, who loved their gardens and their meals and their simple comforts. "Tell me about your people," she said at one point. "What do the little folk dream of when they dream?" Doderic thought about this, surprised to find himself at ease enough to answer honestly. "We dream of home," he said slowly, "of a warm fire and a good meal, of friends gathered round a table, of growing things and living things. We dream of peace, I suppose, and comfort, and the simple pleasure of watching the seasons turn. We're not ambitious folk, by and large. We don't seek great adventures or long for distant lands. We just want to tend our gardens and raise our children and live out our days in contentment." Nimbrithil smiled, and there was something wistful in it. "That is a beautiful dream," she said. "Simple, yes, but perhaps simplicity is its own kind of wisdom. My people dreamed of grand things, of art and beauty and deeds that would echo through the ages. And we achieved much, it is true, but we also brought upon ourselves great sorrows, and many of us learned too late that the small joys you speak of are not to be despised. A warm fire and a friend's laughter, these are treasures beyond price, though they leave no monuments and sing no songs of glory." They sat in companionable silence for a while after that, and Doderic found himself thinking about Marigold, about the life they would build together if all went well. A modest life, by the standards of the great tales, but a good one. He thought about children running through the mill, about teaching them to love the turning of the seasons as he did, about growing old with someone you loved, and he realized that Nimbrithil was right. These things were treasures indeed. The night wore on, and the fair one sang more songs. She sang of the founding of great kingdoms that had long since fallen, of heroes whose names were forgotten, of battles where the fate of the world had hung in the balance. She sang of the making of wondrous things, swords and rings and jewels of power. She sang of the great ships that carried her people away over the sea, leaving Middle-earth behind forever. And beneath all the songs ran a current of farewell, a sense of ending, of a chapter closing that would never be reopened. Doderic began to understand that he was witnessing something rare and precious. These songs were not meant for hobbit ears. Not really. They were the songs the elves sang to themselves and to each other. Songs of their own history and their own sorrow. Nimbrithil was sharing them with him, not because he would fully understand, but because she needed someone, anyone, to hear them one more time before she departed. She was performing a kind of ritual, he realized, a farewell to Middle-earth itself. At last, after what seemed both an eternity and an instant, the sky in the east began to pale. The stars faded one by one, and a cold grey light spread across the water. Nimbrithil's songs grew quieter, gentler, like a lullaby trailing off into silence. When the first true light of dawn touched the top of the bridge, she ceased singing altogether and looked at Doderick with an expression of deep gratitude. "The night is ended," she said softly, "and with it, I think, my time in this place. I shall not return to this bridge, not by the bridge. When next the dark moon comes, I shall be far away, perhaps already aboard the white ships that sail into the west. You have given me a great gift this night, the gift of your time and your patience and your open heart. I would give you something in return, if you will accept it." Doderick remembered the warnings about accepting gifts from the fair folk, but something told him that this was different, that Nimbrithil meant him no harm. "What would you give me?" he asked. She reached into the water and drew out a smooth white stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It glowed faintly in the dawn light with a soft silver luminescence. "This," she said, "is a remembrance stone. It holds within it a fragment of the light of the two trees, preserved through long ages. Keep it with you, and whenever you hold it and wish to remember this night, you will find that the memory is as clear as if it had just happened. But more than that, it will remind you of what we spoke of this night. It will remind you to treasure the simple joys, to hold fast to love and friendship, to find beauty in small things. For these are the truest treasures, though they may not seem so when you are young." She held out the stone, and after a moment's hesitation, Doderick reached out and took it. The stone was warm to the touch, and it seemed to pulse gently in his palm like a tiny heartbeat. He looked up to thank her, but Nimbrithil was already fading. The dawn light grew stronger, and she grew fainter, until she was no more substantial than mist. Her last words came to him like an echo from far away. "Farewell, brave hobbit. May your simple dreams come true, and may you find the happiness that has eluded me. Remember me sometimes when you cross this bridge, and think kindly of one who was old when the world was young." Then she was gone, and Doderick was alone on the bank, with only the white stone in his hand and the sound of the water flowing over its rocky bed. He climbed slowly back up to the bridge, stiff and cold now that the spell was broken, and made his way home as the sun rose over Hobbiton. The old Took paused here and reached for his mug, which Belladonna quickly refilled. The assembled hobbits waited in respectful silence, knowing there was more to come. The fire had burned low, and Bungo rose to add another log, sending sparks spiraling up the chimney. When Doderick finally reached his home, the old Took continued. The sun was well up, and his mother was beside herself with worry. She had been awake all night, imagining all manner of terrible fates that might have befallen her boy. Wolves, she had thought, or a fall into the water, or perhaps he had been set upon by ruffians from outside the Shire. When he walked through the door, pale and exhausted but unharmed, she first embraced him, and then gave him such a scolding as he had never received in all his life. "Where have you been all night?" she demanded, tears of relief streaming down her face. "I sent your father and your brothers out, looking for you. Half of Hobbiton has been searching. What were you thinking, staying out in the dark like that? And look at you, you're frozen half to death and covered in dew. Come to the fire at once and tell me what happened." Doderick tried to explain, but the words came out wrong. It sounded foolish even to his own ears, this tale of an elf beneath a bridge, of songs and starlight and a night outside of time. His mother looked at him with concern growing in her eyes, and felt his forehead to see if he had a fever. His father, just returned from the search, shook his head gravely, and muttered something about the boy having taken a knock to the head. But Doderick had the stone. He drew it from his pocket and showed it to them, and even in the daylight of their comfortable kitchen, it glowed with that soft silver light. His mother gasped and made a sign against enchantment, while his father leaned in to examine it more closely. The old miller was a practical man, not given to fancy, but even he could see that this was no ordinary pebble. There was a quality to its light that was unlike anything natural, a purity and a clarity that spoke of other times and other places. "Where did you get this?" his father asked quietly, and Doderick told them again, more carefully this time, about Nimbrithil and her songs and the promise she had made. This time they listened, and though they were troubled by what they heard, they did not dismiss it as fever dreams or fancy. For there were still some in those days who remembered that the world was wider and stranger than it appeared, and that the fair folk, though faded and few, had not entirely departed from Middle-earth. After much discussion, it was decided that Doderick should keep the stone, but should speak of his adventure to no one outside the family. The fair folk were a subject that made most hobbits uncomfortable, and there were those who would have called such an encounter unlucky at best, dangerous at worst. Better to say that he had lost his way in the dark and spent the night sheltering under the bridge, waiting for dawn. Better to keep the truth locked away like a treasure in a chest. And so Doderic went about his life. He courted Marigold Goodbody, and in due course they were married, with all of Hobbiton turning out for the wedding feast. He took over the mill from his father and ran it well, and he and Marigold had 5 children, sturdy Hobbit youngsters who grew up healthy and happy. The years passed as years do in the Shire, each much like the last, marked by harvests and holidays and the slow, comfortable rhythm of Hobbit life. Doderic became known as a steady fellow, reliable and kind, perhaps a bit quieter than most, with a tendency to pause on the ivy bridge and gaze into the water as if looking for something. He kept the stone with him always, in his waistcoat pocket, and sometimes in the evening after his work was done, he would take it out and hold it and remember. The memory never faded as Nimbrithil had promised. He could recall every detail of that night with perfect clarity, every note of her songs, every word they had spoken, and he found that the stone's gift was more than just memory. It gave him a certain perspective, a way of seeing that most hobbits never acquired. He could look at his children playing in the yard and truly see them, appreciate them, knowing how precious and fleeting such moments were. He could share a meal with Marigold and feel gratitude for it, not just the food, but the companionship, the simple fact of not being alone. He understood, in a way he might never have otherwise, that the life he lived was valuable, not despite its ordinariness, but because of it. The old Took smiled, his old eyes distant with memory. "I knew Doderic Tunnelly when I was a boy," he said. "He was an old man by then, white-haired and bent, but there was something about him that was different from other old hobbits. A kind of peace, I suppose you'd call it. Or maybe wisdom. He was never too busy to stop and talk to a child, never too preoccupied to notice a flower blooming or a bird singing. My grandfather used to say that Doderic Tunnelly knew how to live, really live, in a way that most folk never learned. And what became of the stone?" asked Paladin Took, the old Took's grandson, speaking up for the first time that evening. "Ah," the old Took said, "that's the strangest part of the tale." When Doderic lay on his deathbed, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, he called for his eldest son. He took the stone from his pocket, where it had rested for more than 60 years, and he told the boy the whole story, everything that had happened that night at the Ivy Bridge. Then he pressed the stone into the boy's hand and made him promise to keep it safe and to pass it on when his own time came, along with the story. The old Took reached into his own waistcoat and drew out a small object wrapped in soft cloth. Slowly, he unwrapped it, and there in his palm lay a white stone that glowed with a gentle silver light. "This is that very stone," he said quietly. "It has passed from father to son in Doderic's line, down through the generations, until it came at last to me. For Doderic's eldest son was my grandfather's grandfather, and the story has been told and retold in our family ever since." There were exclamations of wonder from the assembled hobbits, and several leaned forward to see the stone more clearly. The light it cast was soft but unmistakable, silvery and pure, untouched by the passage of years. Bungo Baggins, ever the scholar, asked if he might hold it, and the old Took passed it to him carefully. Bungo turned it over in his hands, marvelling at its smoothness and the way the light seemed to come from within rather than being reflected from without. "Remarkable," Bungo murmured. "Absolutely remarkable. And you say this has been in your family for over 150 years, yet it shows no sign of age or wear?" "None at all," the old Took confirmed. "It is as perfect now as it was the night Nimbrithil drew it from the water. And the promise she made has held true. Anyone who holds that stone and thinks of Doderic's story can see it as clearly as if they had been there themselves. Go on, try it. Hold it, and think of the Ivy Bridge, and the dark moon, and the fair one, singing her songs of farewell." Bungo did as instructed, closing his eyes and holding the stone gently in both hands. A look of wonder crossed his face, and when he opened his eyes again, they were bright with unshed tears. "I saw it," he whispered. "I saw her, sitting on her rock in the starlight, combing her silver hair. I heard the songs. Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. The stone was passed from hand to hand around the circle, and each hobbit who held it experienced something of that long-ago night. Some saw more clearly than others, and some heard snatches of the ancient songs, but all of them felt something, a touch of that otherworldly beauty and sorrow that Doderick had encountered. When the stone came back to the old Took, he wrapped it carefully again and returned it to his pocket. "There are those who say the fair folk are all gone," he said, his voice soft but firm, "that they departed long ago and left no trace behind. But I think that's not quite true. They left us gifts, some of them. Memories and stories, and sometimes objects like this stone that remind us that the world is deeper and stranger than we usually imagine." Doderick Tunnelly spent one night in the company of the elves, and it changed him, made him wiser and kinder and more aware of the preciousness of ordinary life. That seems to me a gift worth having. The room fell silent for a time after the old Took finished his tale, each hobbit lost in their own thoughts. The fire crackled cheerfully, and outside the wind had died down, leaving the night still and peaceful. At last Bungo stirred and cleared his throat. "That was a fine tale indeed," Bungo said, raising his mug in salute to the old Took. "A reminder that the world holds more wonders than we sometimes remember in our daily rounds. I confess, I shall never cross the ivy bridge again without thinking of Doderick and his fair lady beneath the stones." There were murmurs of agreement from around the circle, and several hobbits reached for their pipes, refilling them with leaf and settling back in their chairs. The mood in the room had shifted slightly, become more contemplative, touched by the bittersweet beauty of the old Took's story. But hobbits are practical folk at heart, not given to dwelling too long on melancholy thoughts, and soon enough the atmosphere lightened as Belladonna passed around a fresh plate of seed cakes. "Well then," said Gorbadoc Brandybuck, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder, "if we're speaking of strange encounters in familiar places, I've a tale of my own to share. It's not so ancient as the old Took's story, nor quite so touched by the fair folk's magic, but it's a true account for all that, and it concerns a place every one of us knows well. I speak of the party tree itself, that great oak that stands in the field beyond the mill." Every head turned toward Gorbadoc with interest. The party tree was indeed known to all, a massive oak of tremendous age that had stood in that field for longer than anyone could remember. Its spreading branches provided shade for countless summer gatherings, and more than one generation of young hobbits had carved their initials into its broad trunk. It was as much a part of Hobbiton as the hill itself, and the thought that it might have a story of its own was intriguing. "This happened," Gorbadoc continued, "in my father's time, which makes it some 70 years ago now. My father, Rufus Burrows, was master of Buckland then, but he had reason to visit Hobbiton often, for he was courting my mother, who was a Baggins before her marriage. He would ride over from Brandy Hall regular, as clockwork every week, and just as regularly, old Gerontius here would find some reason to be busy elsewhere when he arrived." The old Took chuckled at this, not offended in the least. "Your father was a fine fellow, Gorbulus was," he said, "but I'll admit, I didn't make it easy for him. No father likes to see his daughter courted, and I was more particular than most." "Indeed you were," Gorbadoc agreed with a grin. "My father used to say that courting a Took lass meant courting the entire Took clan, and half of them were determined to find fault with you, but he persevered, as Brandybucks do, and eventually even you had to admit he was a suitable match. But that's not the story I'm here to tell." He paused to take a long drink from his mug and relight his pipe, clearly enjoying the attention of his audience. When he was satisfied that his pipe was drawing properly, he settled back and continued. "One autumn evening, much like this one, my father was riding back to Buckland after a visit to Hobbiton. He'd stayed later than he meant to, you see, and the sun had already set by the time he mounted his pony and set off for home. The moon was rising, big and orange on the horizon, and there was a mist coming up from the water that made everything look strange and unfamiliar. He was passing by the party tree, thinking about nothing in particular, except perhaps how cold it was getting, and whether his cloak was thick enough for the ride home, when he heard something that made him rein in his pony sharp. Singing, it was. Not the sort of singing you'd hear at a party or in the Green Dragon, but something older and wilder. Men's voices, if you could call them that, though there was something about the quality of the sound that made my father's hair stand on end. The voices seemed to come from all around, from the ground itself, and from the air, and from the great trunk of the party tree." Gorbadoc leaned forward, his eyes glinting in the firelight. "Now, my father was a brave soul, as I've said, and he was curious by nature. Instead of riding on as a sensible hobbit might have done, he dismounted and approached the tree on foot, moving quietly through the mist. As he drew closer, the singing grew louder and more distinct, and he could make out words, though they were in no language he recognized. The melody was strange too, full of odd intervals and rhythms that seemed to shift and change even as he listened. When he reached the edge of the tree's great canopy, he stopped and peered through the mist, trying to see what manner of creatures were making such a sound. And what he saw there, well, it was something he never forgot, and told only to a few trusted souls before he died. The space beneath the party tree was full of figures, dozens of them, dancing in a great circle around the trunk. They were small, smaller even than hobbits, and they moved with a grace and lightness that was almost painful to watch. Their clothes seemed to be made of leaves and bark and moss, and their faces were both beautiful and terrible, with eyes that gleamed like stars and teeth that flashed white in the moonlight. They held hands as they danced, forming an unbroken chain, and as they moved they sang, their voices rising and falling in that wild melody. "What were they?" asked young Paladin Took breathlessly. "Goblins? Or some other kind of fell creature?" "No, not goblins," Gorbadoc replied. "My father always said they were something else entirely, something older than goblins, older perhaps than elves. He called them the old folk, the ones who were in Middle-earth before the elder children awoke, before the sun and moon were set in the sky, the ones who belonged to the earth itself, to the trees and the stones and the running water." There were skeptical looks exchanged around the circle at this, for such beings were more matter of legend than history, even in the old tales. But Gorbadoc pressed on, undeterred by their doubt. "My father watched them dance for what seemed like hours, though later he couldn't be sure if it had been minutes or days or something in between. Time seemed to work differently under that tree, in the presence of those creatures. He said afterward that he felt drawn to join them, that there was something in their music that called to a part of him he didn't even know existed, a wild part that had nothing to do with comfortable hobbit holes or regular meals or any of the things that make up ordinary life. He very nearly did join them too. He found himself taking a step forward, then another, his feet moving of their own accord. The dancers seemed to notice him for the first time, and several turned their faces toward him, smiling in a way that was both welcoming and hungry. Their hands reached out, beckoning him into the circle, and he could feel the pull of it like a physical force, drawing him in. But then his pony, sensible beast that it was, let out a loud whinny of distress. The sound broke the spell, jarred my father back to his senses. He stumbled backward, nearly falling in his haste to get away, and as he did so, something fell from his pocket. It was a small leather purse containing a handful of coins, the proceeds from some business he'd conducted in Hobbiton that day. The moment the purse hit the ground, the singing stopped. The dancers froze in place, and for a heartbeat, everything was silent except for the sound of my father's ragged breathing and the nervous stamping of his pony. Then, as one, the creatures turned and looked at the fallen purse, their eyes fixed on it with an intensity that made my father's blood run cold. Gorbadoc paused again, and in the silence, several of the listening hobbits shifted uncomfortably in their chairs. Outside, an owl hooted, the sound carrying clearly through the still night air. The fire popped, sending up a shower of sparks, and Bungo rose to add another log. "What happened then?" asked Longo Baggins, who had been listening with rapt attention. "Did they harm him? Did he escape?" "He escaped," Gorbadoc said, "but not before he saw something he could never quite explain afterward. The creatures descended on that purse, like starving dogs on a bone. They fought over it, snarling and snapping at each other, all grace and beauty forgotten in their frenzy. And as they fought, they began to change. They grew larger and more solid, less like spirits of earth, and more like flesh and blood creatures. Their beautiful faces coarsened, their delicate forms became heavy and awkward. It was as if the touch of mortal silver had done something to them, bound them somehow to the material world in a way they hadn't been before. My father didn't wait to see more. He ran back to his pony, mounted in one leap, and rode for Buckland, as if all the wolves in Eriador were at his heels. He didn't stop until he was safe within the walls of Brandy Hall, and even then, he sat up all night by the fire, unable to sleep for thinking of what he'd seen. "And the purse?" asked Reginald Took. "What became of it? And the coins?" "Gone," Gorbadoc said simply, when my father went back the next day, in the bright light of morning with several stout companions beside him. There was no sign of the purse, or the coins, or the creatures. The ground beneath the party tree was undisturbed, covered in the usual carpet of fallen leaves and acorns. It was as if nothing had happened at all. But there was one thing, Gorbadoc continued, that proved my father hadn't dreamed or imagined the whole affair. The bark of the party tree, all the way around its base, was covered in strange marks. Not carved, mind you, but pressed into the wood as if by many small hands, hands that had gripped and clawed at the trunk in their frenzy. And if you looked closely, you could see patterns in those marks, almost like writing in some ancient script, though no one could read it or say what it meant. Those marks are there still, he added, looking around at the assembled company. Next time you pass the party tree, look at the base of the trunk, down near the roots. You'll see them, though they've faded over the years, and most folk who notice them at all think they're just natural patterns in the bark. But my father knew better, and now you do too. Gorbadoc Brandybuck, Gorbadoc's cousin, spoke up from his corner. I've seen those marks, he said slowly. I never thought much of them before, but now that you mention it, they do look peculiar, almost deliberate, if you know what I mean. And I've always felt uneasy standing under that tree after dark, though I couldn't have told you why. Others nodded in agreement, and there was a general murmur of conversation as the hobbits discussed their own experiences with the party tree. Several admitted to feeling strange sensations in that spot, a prickling on the back of the neck, or a sense of being watched. One elderly hobbit recalled that his grandmother had always refused to let the children play near the tree once the sun had set, though she would never explain why. The peculiar thing, Gorbadoc said, raising his voice slightly to be heard over the chatter, is what my father came to believe about those creatures, after he'd had time to think on it. He reckoned they were guardians of a sort, or had been once. Guardians of the old places, the wild places, from before the Shire was settled and planted and turned into the comfortable country we know today. He thought perhaps they'd been bound to that tree for generations uncounted, bound by some ancient magic to watch over it and the land around it. And the silver? Asked Bungo, leaning forward with interest. Why should silver have such an effect on them? Ah, that's the question, isn't it? Gorbadoc replied. My father had a theory about that too. He said silver was the metal of the moon, and the moon was made by the Valar to govern the night and to give light to the world after the theft of the Silmarils. These creatures, whatever they were, belonged to an older darkness, the darkness before the moon was set in the sky. Perhaps silver represented a binding to them, a chain made of moonlight that could hold them fast in the mortal world. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Perhaps they simply desired it the way dragons desire gold, and in their desire, they became vulnerable. Whatever the truth of it, my father never forgot that night. He told my mother about it when they were finally wed, and she made him promise never to pass the party tree alone after dark again. And he never did, as far as I know. He would go miles out of his way to avoid it once the sun had set, and if he absolutely had to pass that way, he made sure to have company and to keep his silver safely tucked away where it couldn't fall or be seen. Gorbadoc fell silent, and the room was quiet for a time as the hobbits digested this tale. It was a darker story than the old Tooks, less touched by beauty and more by fear. Yet it had its own strange fascination. The idea that ancient things still dwelt beneath the very trees where hobbits danced and played, things that might be roused by accident or misfortune, was both thrilling and unsettling. Rufus Burrows cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He was a small hobbit, even by hobbit standards, with a fringe of white hair around his bald pate and eyes that still sparkled with mischief, despite his advanced years. If we're sharing tales of familiar places made strange, he said, I've one that might interest you all. It concerns the well in my own garden, the one that's been there since my great-great-grandfather's time or longer. Do tell, said Belladonna, offering him a fresh mug of cider. I've always thought that well had a peculiar look to it, though I couldn't say why. There's something about the stones, the way they're fitted together. That's because they're not hobbit work, Rufus said. The well was there before my family built our smile, before any hobbit built anything in that corner of Hobbiton. My great-great-grandfather found it when he was clearing the land, already ancient even then, and he was clever enough to make use of it rather than fill it in or try to build elsewhere. He paused to take a sip of his cider, clearly enjoying having the attention of the room. The well is deep, deeper than any hobbit would dig for water. You can drop a stone down it and count to 20 before you hear the splash, and the water that comes up from it is cold, colder than any spring water I've ever tasted, and it has a peculiar quality to it. Things washed in that water come cleaner than they ought, and food cooked with it tastes better. My wife, rest her soul, used to say it was the finest water in all the Shire, and I'm inclined to agree with her. But there's more to it than that. Every year on Midsummer's Eve, right at midnight when the moon is highest, something happens to that well. The water glows, not bright, mind you, but with a soft blue-green light, like foxfire in a rotting log or phosphorescence in the sea. The first time I saw it, I was just a lad. Couldn't have been more than 20 years old. I'd snuck out of the house to see if I could spot any of the lights that were said to dance in the fields on Midsummer's Eve. I'd heard the old tales, you see, about how the borders between the worlds grow thin on that night, and I was curious. I didn't see any dancing lights in the fields, but when I passed by our well, I stopped short. There was a glow coming from it, shining up out of the depths like a blue-green star fallen to earth. I crept closer, my heart pounding, and peered over the edge. The light was coming from the water itself, far down in the darkness, and as I watched, it grew brighter and brighter until I could see the stones lining the well shaft, covered in moss and ferns that never saw daylight. And then, Rufus said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, I saw something in the water, a face, looking up at me. But it wasn't my own reflection. It was the face of a woman, young and fair, with long dark hair that floated around her like seaweed. Her eyes were open and she was smiling, but it was a sad smile, full of longing and loss. Several of the listening hobbits drew in sharp breaths, and Paladin Took moved his chair a bit closer to his grandfather's, Rufus continued, seemingly unaware of the effect his words were having. I should have run, I suppose. Any sensible hobbit would have, but I couldn't look away. The face was so beautiful and so sad that I felt my heart ache just looking at it. The woman in the water reached up toward me, her pale hands breaking the surface, and I heard a voice in my head, though her lips never moved. Come down, the voice said. Come down to me, and I will show you wonders. I will show you the chambers beneath the earth where the roots of the mountains drink. I will show you the hidden rivers that flow in darkness, bearing the memories of stone. Come down, and be with me forever. My hand was on the well's rim, and I was leaning out over the edge, drawn by that voice and that sad, beautiful face. I think I would have fallen in, would have climbed right over the edge and dropped into that glowing water if it hadn't been for my father. He'd woken and found me gone, you see, and he'd come looking for me. He grabbed me by the collar and hauled me back, and the spell was broken. The light faded, the face vanished, and it was just an ordinary well again, dark and cold and empty. Did your father see it too? Asked Belladonna. The light in the face? He saw the light, Rufus said. He told me later that he'd seen it before, on other midsummer eves, and his father before him had seen it too, but he'd never looked closely at it, never peered down into the well at midnight. He said our family had always known there was something strange about that. Well, something that went beyond good water and ancient stones. He said the wise thing was to let it be, to use the well for water and be grateful for it, but not to go poking about trying to understand it better. And have you followed his advice? Asked Gorbadoc. Rufus nodded slowly. For the most part, yes. I've lived in that house for over 60 years now, and I use the well every day. But I make sure I'm safe inside on Midsummer's Eve, with the shutters closed and a good fire burning. And I've told my children and grandchildren the same thing I'm telling you now. There are old things in the Shire, older than hobbits, older maybe than memory itself. Most of the time they sleep quiet and cause no harm, but there are times and places where they're closer to the surface, where the boundary between what is and what was grows thin. The wise hobbit knows when to look away, when to close the shutters and stoke the fire and wait for morning. The tales had cast a spell over the room, and the comfortable parlor of Bag End seemed somehow smaller now, more intimate, as if the walls had drawn closer to keep out the darkness beyond. The fire burned low again, its embers glowing like dragon eyes, and Bungo rose once more to tend it. As he did so, the clock in the hall chimed 10, its mellow tones ringing through the quiet house. Belladonna moved among the guests, refilling mugs and offering more food, though most had eaten their fill and were content now with their pipes and the warmth of the hearth. The wind had picked up again outside, making the shutters rattle softly, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked, the sound carrying clear across the sleeping village. Longo Baggins, who had been silent for most of the evening, stirred in his chair and knocked the ashes from his pipe. He was Bungo's cousin, a quieter sort of hobbit than most Bagginses, more given to thought than talk, and when he spoke, people generally listened. "If I might add a tale to the collection," he said, his voice mild but carrying clearly, "I'd like to speak of something that happened to me personally, not 40 years ago. It concerns the old oak wood that grows on the north side of the hill, the one we call the bindbowl wood." Several heads nodded in recognition. The bindbowl wood was a small copse of ancient oaks, twisted and gnarled with age, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so dense that even at midday it was dim beneath them. Most hobbits avoided the place, finding it unpleasant and oppressive, though no one could quite say why. There were no monsters in it, no dangerous animals, no steep drops or hidden bogs. It was simply a wood, and yet there was something about it that made folk uneasy. "I was courting my wife then," Longo began, or trying to at least. Ruby Bolger, as she was before we married, and as fine a lass as ever walked the Shire. But her father, old Fastolf Bolger, was a difficult sort, always finding fault and making objections. He lived in a smile on the far side of the hill, and the most direct path to his door led right through the bindbowl wood. Most folk would go around, adding half an hour to their journey, but I was young and impatient, and I reckoned I knew better. So one evening, just as the sun was setting and the shadows were growing long, I set off through the wood. It was autumn, much like now, and the leaves were thick on the ground, muffling my footsteps. The air was still and heavy, with that particular quality that comes before a storm, when everything seems to be holding its breath. I walked quickly, eager to reach Ruby's door, and not particularly wanting to linger in that dim wood any longer than necessary. But I'd gone perhaps halfway through when I realized I was lost. Now that might not sound like much, but you have to understand, the bindbowl wood is not large. You can walk from one end to the other in 10 minutes if you keep a straight path. I'd been walking for more than twice that long, and I should have come out on the other side long since. Yet every direction I turned seemed to lead me deeper into the trees. The light was fading fast now, and the shadows between the oaks were growing darker and more solid. Longo paused to relight his pipe, his hands steady but his eyes distant with memory. I tried to retrace my steps, to find the path I'd come in on, but the wood had changed somehow. The trees looked different, larger and more menacing, their branches reaching down like grasping fingers. The ground seemed to shift beneath my feet, roots rising up where I was certain no roots had been before. And then I heard it. Laughter, soft and high and mocking, coming from all around me. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering in my chest. The laughter continued, growing louder, and I could hear words in it now, though they were in no language I knew. There was a quality to the sound that made my skin crawl, a wrongness that went beyond mere strangeness. It was not the laughter of anything good or kind. It was the laughter of something that delighted in confusion and fear, that fed on the terror of lost travellers. "What did you do?" asked Paladin Took, his eyes wide. "I did the only thing I could think of," Longo replied. "I remembered something my grandmother had told me when I was a child, a bit of old lore she'd learned from her grandmother. She said that when you're lost in a wood and suspect that some manner of enchantment is at work, you should turn your coat inside out. It breaks the spell, you see, or confuses whatever is causing the mischief. I didn't fully believe it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. So there, in the dimming wood, with that terrible laughter echoing around me, I took off my coat and turned it inside out. The laughter stopped instantly, cut off as if by a knife. The silence that followed was almost worse, heavy and expectant, as if the wood itself was waiting to see what I would do next. I stood there for a moment, hardly daring to breathe. Then I started walking again, choosing a direction at random. And do you know, it worked. Within minutes I could see light ahead, the last glow of sunset breaking through the trees. I walked toward it, and suddenly I was out of the wood, standing on the hillside with Ruby's smile visible in the distance. I looked back at the bindbowl wood, and it looked just as it always had, a small copse of old oaks. Nothing remarkable about it at all, but I could have sworn I heard, very faint and far away, that mocking laughter one more time. "Did you tell Ruby's father what had happened?" asked Bungo. "I did not," Longo said firmly. "I was late enough as it was, and the last thing I needed was for old Fastolf to think I was the sort of hobbit who told wild tales and made excuses. I straightened my coat, smoothed my hair, and went to court his daughter as if nothing had happened. But I never took that path through the wood again, and when Ruby and I were married, I made sure we built our smile well away from the Bindbowl Wood. Some places are best left alone. There were murmurs of agreement from the assembled hobbits, and several admitted that they too had felt uneasy in the Bindbowl Wood, though none had experienced anything quite so dramatic as Longo's adventure. The conversation turned briefly to other woods and wild places in the Shire where strange things had been reported, patches of forest that seemed larger inside than out, clearings that couldn't be found twice, paths that led to unexpected destinations. Reginald Took, who had been listening thoughtfully throughout the evening, finally spoke up. "It seems to me," he said, "that what all these tales have in common is boundaries, places where one thing meets another. The bridge, where water meets land. The tree that stands between field and forest. The well that goes down from the world we know into the depths below. The wood that lies between one place and another. These are liminal spaces, threshold places, and perhaps that's why strange things happen there. Perhaps the borders between the ordinary and the extraordinary are thinner in such spots." "A thoughtful observation," Bungo said, nodding approvingly. "You may be right. The old stories often speak of crossroads and bridges and doorways as places of power, places where magic can more easily work. Perhaps our Shire, comfortable and safe as it seems, is full of such places, if only we knew how to recognize them. Or perhaps," said the old Took, "it's simply that the world is stranger than we usually allow ourselves to acknowledge. We hobbits like our comfort and our routines, our regular meals and our well-ordered gardens. But underneath all that, beneath the surface of our daily lives, the old magic still runs. It's in the earth and the water, in the ancient trees, and the stones that were old when the world was young. Most of the time we don't notice it, and perhaps that's for the best. But sometimes, at certain times and in certain places, it makes itself known. And then we remember that the Shire, peaceful as it is, stands on foundations we don't fully understand." The room fell quiet again, each hobbit absorbed in their own thoughts. The clock in the hall ticked steadily, marking the passage of time, and the fire settled in its grate with a soft sigh. Outside, the night was deep and still, the village long since gone to bed. Only here at Bag End did lights still burn and voices still speak, keeping alive the old traditions, the old stories, the old acknowledgement that the world held more than could be seen in daylight. Gorbadoc Brandybuck shifted in his chair, preparing to speak, when suddenly there came a sound that made every hobbit in the room sit up straight. A knocking at the door, 3 sharp raps that echoed through the hall. Bungo and Belladonna exchanged glances, for it was late for visitors, and all who had been expected were already present. Bungo rose and made his way to the door, the others listening intently. They heard the sound of the bolt being drawn back, the creak of hinges, and then Bungo's voice, surprised but welcoming. "Why, come in, come in. We weren't expecting you, but you're most welcome. Join us by the fire." Into the parlor came a figure that made several of the assembled hobbits draw in sharp breaths. He was old, far older than even the old Took, with a face like weathered leather and eyes that had seen more years than most hobbits could count. His clothes were archaic, of a style not worn in the Shire for generations, and he leaned heavily on a staff of blackthorn. But it was his presence that truly struck them, a sense of weight and age that seemed to make the very air around him feel different. "Good evening to you all," the ancient hobbit said, his voice surprisingly strong despite his evident age. "I hope I'm not intruding on your gathering. I saw the lights burning and heard the sound of voices, and I thought perhaps you might welcome one more listener to your fireside tales. My name is Hobbit le Proudneck, and I've come a long way this evening to share in the fellowship of my own kind." Hobbit le Proudneck. The name rippled through the room in whispers. It was a name from the old records, from the earliest days of the Shire's settling. Some of the more learned hobbits present had seen it in the ancient books kept at Michel Delving, lists of the first families to take up residence in the new land. But surely that couldn't be the same hobbit. That would make him over 400 years old, which was impossible even for the longest lived of their kind. Yet as Belladonna hurried to bring him a chair close to the fire, and Bungo pressed a mug of warm cider into his gnarled hands, none of them quite dared to voice their disbelief. There was something about the old hobbit that silenced skepticism. a quality of absolute authenticity that made one believe that yes, perhaps he truly was who he claimed to be, however impossible that might seem. Hobbitler settled himself into the offered chair with a sigh of relief, stretching his feet toward the fire. "Thank you," he said. "These old bones feel the cold more than they once did. I've been walking the roads tonight, visiting the places I knew when the Shire was young, and I heard you telling stories of strange things in familiar places. I thought perhaps you might like to hear one more tale, the oldest tale of all, about how Hobbiton itself came to be built just where it is." "Please," said Bungo, sitting down again. "We would be honoured to hear it. Though I confess I'm curious how you came to be walking about on such a night at your age, if you don't mind my saying so." Hobbitler smiled, an expression that held more sadness than mirth. Well, that's part of the tale, you see. I'm not quite what I appear to be. Or perhaps I'm exactly what I appear to be, depending on how you look at it. But let me tell you the story, and perhaps you'll understand." He took a long drink of the cider and stared into the fire for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts or his memories, or perhaps both. When he spoke again, his voice had taken on a rhythmic quality, almost like a chant, as if he were reciting something he had said many times before. "In the early days," he began, "when Marcho and Blanco first led our people across the Brandywine and into the lands that would become the Shire, this was all wild country. Empty it seemed to us, though of course it wasn't truly empty. The land remembers everything, you see, and there were older things here than hobbits, older even than the ruins of the kingdoms of men that dotted the landscape. But to our eyes, fresh from the more settled lands to the east, it looked like a paradise waiting to be claimed. We spread out across the land, each family seeking a place that called to them, a spot that felt right for building a home. Some went north to the Southfarthing, drawn by the rolling hills and good farming soil. Others went south or west, finding their own places, their own hills and hollows. But a group of us, maybe 30 families in all, came here to this spot, to what would become Hobbiton. And we came here because of the hill." He gestured with one twisted hand, indicating the direction of Hobbiton Hill, though it couldn't be seen from where they sat. Even from a distance, we could see it. It rose up from the surrounding landscape, like a green wave frozen in place, perfectly shaped, perfectly positioned. The sun set behind it in glory, and the moon rose over it like a crown. We knew immediately that this was a special place, a place meant for hobbits, so we came closer to investigate. When we arrived at the base of the hill, we found something unexpected. There was a door, not a hobbit door, for no hobbit had yet dug so much as a single smile in this land, but a door nonetheless. It was set into the southern face of the hill, made of wood so old it was almost petrified, bound with iron bands that had rusted to a deep red brown, and above the door, carved into the living rock, was writing in a script none of us could read. We debated among ourselves about what to do. Some said we should leave the door alone, find another hill to settle. Others argued that the land was ours now by grant of the king, and we had every right to explore what we found upon it. In the end, curiosity won out, as it usually does with hobbits. We opened the door. Hobbitler paused, and every hobbit in the room leaned forward unconsciously, drawn into the tale. The fire crackled and popped, and shadows danced on the walls like living things. Beyond the door was a passage, sloping gently downward into the heart of the hill. It was not a natural cave, but clearly made by hands, or something with hands at least. The walls were smooth and regular, and though there was no light, we found that we could see well enough, for the stone itself seemed to glow with a faint phosphorescence. We followed the passage, inward and downward, our hearts beating fast with mingled fear and excitement. The passage led to a chamber, vast and echoing, at the very centre of the hill. And in that chamber, we found wonders. There were no treasures in the sense of gold or jewels, nothing a dragon would have coveted, but there were other things, stranger things, stone tables carved with intricate patterns, crystal spheres that showed images of stars and constellations we didn't recognize, books, if they could be called books, made of some material that was neither paper nor parchment, filled with writing in that same unknown script. And in alcoves around the walls, there were statues, or perhaps they weren't statues at all, but figures sleeping, waiting for some signal to wake. We stood in that chamber for a long time, overwhelmed by what we'd found. This was clearly not something built by men or elves. not in any style we recognized. It was older, much older, from some previous age of the world, and we knew, all of us knew without speaking it aloud, that we had stumbled upon something we were not meant to see. "What did you do?" breathed Paladin Took. "We left," Hobbitler said simply. "We backed out of that chamber, retraced our steps up the passage, and emerged into the sunlight. And then we held council to decide what should be done. Some said we should seal the door and never speak of what we'd seen. Others said we should report our find to the king's representatives, let wiser heads than ours decide what it meant. But there was one among us, an old hobbit named Baldo Greenbow, who had more learning than most. He'd travelled in his youth, seen something of the wider world, and he said something that gave us all pause. He said that the chamber we'd found was a time vault, a place where knowledge from an earlier age had been preserved against some future need. He said such places existed throughout Middle-earth, hidden and forgotten, waiting for the day when their secrets might be needed again. He said that we should not seal it or report it, but neither should we disturb what lay within. Instead, we should build our homes here, become the guardians of this place, without even acknowledging that we were guarding anything. We should live our lives above it. Ordinary hobbit lives, and our very ordinariness would be its best protection. And that's what we did. We closed the door and covered it with earth and turf. We planted gardens over it, built our smiles around it. Within a generation, no one remembered exactly where the door had been, though those of us who had seen it never quite forgot. The hill became Hobbiton Hill, and the village grew up around it, and life went on in the comfortable hobbit way. But underneath it all, beneath the gardens and the party fields and the market square, that chamber still exists. The knowledge still waits. The figures in their alcoves still sleep their long sleep. Hobbitler looked around at his listeners, his ancient eyes grave. And we, the first settlers, took an oath. We swore that one of us would always remain, would always walk these paths and keep watch, even if no one else knew what we were watching for. Most of my companions have passed beyond the circles of the world long since, gone to whatever rest awaits hobbits after their span is done, but I remained. I've walked these roads for 4 centuries now, neither fully alive nor fully dead, caught in that strange space between. Once every year, on the dark of the moon in October, I can take solid form, can speak to living hobbits, and remind myself what it was like to be truly one of them. The rest of the time I'm a shadow, a presence, watching and waiting and keeping the oath I swore so long ago. The silence in the room was absolute. No one moved, no one spoke, as they absorbed what the old hobbit had told them. Bungo found his voice first. "The door," he said hoarsely. "Is it still there? Could it still be found?" Hobbitler shook his head slowly. "I don't know. Perhaps, if someone knew exactly where to look and dug deep enough, but I wouldn't advise it. Some things are meant to remain hidden. Some knowledge is meant to wait for its proper time. And that time, I think, is not yet come. Perhaps it will never come. Perhaps whatever crisis those ancient folk prepared for was averted or never came to pass. We can't know. All we can do is live our lives, tend our gardens, and trust that if the need ever arises, the right people will find what was left for them." He rose slowly from his chair, and the hobbits could see that he was becoming less substantial, his form growing faint and translucent in the firelight. "My time is nearly up," he said. "Dawn approaches, and with it I must return to my shadowy existence. But I'm glad I came tonight, glad I heard your stories and shared this one last tale. Remember what I've told you, not as a burden, but as a curiosity, a piece of Hobbiton's history that shouldn't be entirely forgotten. And remember too that your ordinary lives, your gardens and your meals and your fireside gatherings, these are not trivial things. They are what matter most, what's worth preserving and protecting." With those words, Hobbitler Proudneck smiled one last time, raised his hand in farewell, and faded like morning mist before the sun. One moment he stood there, ancient and solid and real, and the next he was gone, leaving only a faint warmth in the chair where he had sat, and a lingering scent of old earth and growing things. The hobbits sat in stunned silence, staring at the empty chair, each trying to process what they had just witnessed. It was Belladonna who broke the spell, rising to collect the mug that Hobbitler had used. She lifted it and found it still warm, half full of cider that was real enough. "Whatever he was," she said quietly, "he was no mere vision or fancy. He was here, as real as any of us, if only for a time. The old Took nodded slowly, his weathered face thoughtful. "I've heard whispers of such things before," he said. "Guardians who remain beyond their natural span, bound by oaths or duties or love of place. The world is older and more layered than we usually acknowledge. What we take for granted, the solid ground beneath our feet, the hills we build our homes in, all of it has history stretching back further than our little lives can comprehend." "Do you think it's true?" asked Gorbadoc Brandybuck, his voice hushed. The chamber beneath the hill, the ancient knowledge hidden there. Bungo stood and walked to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out into the night. The stars were beginning to fade, and in the east, the faintest hint of grey touched the horizon. "I don't know," he said honestly, "but I know that Hobbiton Hill has always felt special somehow. Every hobbit who lives here feels it, even if they can't put it into words. There's a rightness to this place, a sense of being where you're meant to be. Perhaps that's just the natural virtue of a good location, or perhaps there's something more to it, something we don't fully understand. Does it matter which?" "It matters if there's really ancient knowledge down there," said Reginald Took. "Knowledge that might be needed someday. But who's to say when someday is?" countered Gorbadoc. "Holbitler said the right people would find it when the time was right. Perhaps trying to force that time to come early would do more harm than good. We're hobbits, not wizards or elven lords. We're not equipped to meddle with ancient secrets." The conversation continued in this vein for some time, the hobbits discussing and debating the implications of what they'd heard. Some were eager to begin searching for the hidden door, while others argued strenuously for leaving well enough alone. A few questioned whether the whole encounter had been real at all, suggesting that perhaps they'd all fallen asleep and shared the same dream. But most agreed that something genuine had occurred, something that deserved to be taken seriously. Eventually, Rufus Burrows spoke up, his old voice cutting through the debate. "It seems to me," he said, "that we're missing the point. Holbitler didn't tell us his story as a call to action. He told it as a reminder, a piece of context for all the other tales we've shared tonight. Every story we've heard has been about encountering something old, something strange, something that exists alongside our everyday lives, without most folk ever noticing. The elf beneath the bridge, the old folk under the party tree, the spirit in the well, the enchantment in the wood, and now this, the greatest secret of all. What they all have in common is that they coexist with ordinary hobbit life. They're there, they're real, but they don't intrude unless we go looking for them or stumble upon them by chance." He paused to take a sip of his drink, then continued, "Maybe that's the real lesson. The Shire is a magical place, but its magic is quiet magic, content to stay in the background, and we hobbits are able to live our comfortable lives precisely because we don't go poking about trying to uncover every secret and explain every mystery. We accept that the world is bigger and stranger than we fully understand, and we get on with our lives. That's not ignorance, that's wisdom." "Well said," murmured Longo Baggins. "Well said indeed." Belladonna had returned to her seat, and now she spoke for the first time since Holbitler's departure. "I think there's another lesson too," she said. "All evening we've been sharing tales of the strange and wonderful, things that most hobbits would call impossible or dismiss as old wives' fables, but we've shared them here, in this room, among friends and family, keeping them alive. That's important. These stories are part of who we are, part of the Shire's heritage. If we stop telling them, if we dismiss them as mere fancy, we lose something precious. We lose our connection to the deeper history of this land, our awareness that we're part of something larger and older than ourselves." She looked around at the assembled hobbits, her eyes bright. "So, let's make a pact, here and now. Let's agree to keep these stories alive, to pass them down to our children and grandchildren. Not as gospel truth that must be believed without question, but as part of our heritage, our folklore, our way of remembering that the world holds wonders. And let's continue this tradition, this gathering on the dark moon of October, where we come together to share tales and keep the old knowledge alive." There were nods and murmurs of agreement all around the circle. Bungo raised his mug. "To the preservation of memory," he said, "to the keeping of stories, and to the mysteries that surround us, seen and unseen, acknowledged and hidden." To mysteries, the others echoed, raising their own mugs. The conversation shifted then, becoming lighter, more ordinary. The intensity of Hobbitler's tale had been almost too much, and they needed the relief of more commonplace topics. They talked of the upcoming harvest, of repairs needed before winter, of weddings planned and babies expected. They shared the everyday gossip that is the bread and butter of Hobbit conversation, the small details of life that make up the real substance of existence. But even as they talked of ordinary things, something had changed. There was a new awareness in the room, a sense that they had been given a gift, had been made privy to knowledge that most of their neighbours would never possess. They had heard the old stories, the true stories, and they had encountered something genuinely otherworldly in the person of Hobbitler Proudneck. The comfortable world of the Shire would never look quite the same to them again, though outwardly nothing would change. The old Took, who had been quiet for some time, suddenly chuckled. "You know," he said, "there's an irony here that I don't think any of us has mentioned. We've been sitting here all evening, sharing tales of magic and mystery, of ancient powers and hidden secrets. We've heard about elves and spirits and enchanted woods, about glowing wells and dancing folk and chambers beneath the hill. And yet, here we are, in the most ordinary place imaginable, a hobbit hole, comfortable and respectable, with a good fire and plenty of food and drink. There's nothing magical about this room, nothing mysterious. It's just home." He paused, looking around at them all with eyes that twinkled despite their age. And perhaps that's the greatest magic of all, that we can know about the strange and wonderful, can accept that it exists, and yet still find our greatest joy in the simple and familiar, that we can hear tales of elves and still prefer a good meal and a warm bed, that we can acknowledge the mysteries around us and still care most about our gardens and our neighbours and our everyday lives. If that's not a kind of magic, I don't know what is. Bungo laughed, a warm, rich sound that filled the room. "Leave it to you, Gerontius, to find the perfect note to end the evening on." "You're absolutely right, of course. We're hobbits through and through, and while we may have the wit to appreciate wonders when we encounter them, we have the wisdom to prefer comfort and good company when given the choice." He stood and stretched, his joints popping audibly. "Speaking of which, I think it's time we all headed home to our own comfortable beds. Dawn isn't far off, and some of us have work to do in the morning. But this has been an evening to remember, one I'm glad we've kept alive, this old tradition of storytelling." The others began to rise as well, gathering their cloaks and preparing to depart. There were handshakes and embraces, thanks offered to Bungo and Belladonna for their hospitality, and promises to meet again next year for another night of stories. The old Took carefully tucked the white stone back into his waistcoat pocket, and several hobbits paused to touch it reverently before he did so, as if drawing some comfort or reassurance from its gentle light. As they filed out into the cool pre-dawn air, they found that the night had transformed during their gathering. The wind had died completely, and a deep silence lay over Hobbiton, the kind of silence that comes just before dawn when even the earliest birds have not yet begun to sing. The stars were fading overhead, and in the east the sky had lightened from black to deep blue to pale grey. The world felt poised on the edge of transition, balanced between darkness and light, between the mysteries of night and the certainties of day. The hobbits stood for a moment on the path outside Bag End, reluctant to break the spell of the evening by going their separate ways. The village below them was still dark, every window shuttered, every door closed. Smoke rose from a few early chimneys where the most industrious housewives were already stoking their fires for breakfast, but otherwise Hobbiton slept, peaceful and untroubled. "Strange to think," murmured Gorbadoc Brandybuck, gazing down at the quiet village, "that all those folk down there have no idea what we've been hearing up here. They'll wake up in a few hours and go about their days, never knowing about elves beneath bridges or spirits in wells or chambers under the hill." "Perhaps that's as it should be," replied Longo Baggins. "Not everyone needs to know everything. The stories are alive in us now, and we'll pass them on when the time is right, to those who are ready to hear them." The old Took, wrapped in his thick cloak against the morning chill, tapped his stick thoughtfully on the ground. "I'll be taking the long way home," he announced, "past the Ivy Bridge. I have a mind to see it in this light, knowing what I know now. Perhaps I'll catch a glimpse of something, or perhaps I'll just see an ordinary bridge over an ordinary stream. Either way, I'll see it with new eyes." Several others murmured that they had similar intentions, planning to pass by the party tree or the Bindbowl Wood, or other places mentioned in the evening's tales. They wanted to look at these familiar landmarks afresh, to see if knowing their stories changed how the places felt. It was as if the stories had given them permission to acknowledge what they had perhaps always sensed, but never quite admitted, that the Shire held more than met the casual eye. The group began to disperse, calling quiet farewells to one another as they set off down different paths. Paladin Took stayed close to his grandfather, and together they made their way toward the bridge. Gorbadoc and Maddock headed toward Buckland, their voices fading into the distance, as they discussed whether to stop at the party tree along the way. Rufus Burrows trudged homeward alone, a small smile on his weathered face, thinking of his well and the face he had seen in its depths so many years ago. Reginald Took and Longo Baggins walked together for a time, their path taking them past the edge of the Bindbowl Wood. As they approached it, both men slowed, peering into the darkness beneath the oaks. The wood was still, no wind stirring its branches, no sound emerging from its depths. Yet there was something about it in this liminal hour, something that made the hair on their necks prickle slightly. "Do you hear it?" Reginald whispered. "That faint sound, almost like laughter, but far away?" Longo listened intently, then shook his head. "I hear the wind in the leaves, nothing more. But then, I've heard that laughter before, and once was enough. Come on, let's take the long way around. Some mysteries are better appreciated from a distance." They turned aside, giving the wood a wide berth, and continued on their way. Neither looked back, though both felt eyes upon them until they had passed well beyond the last twisted oak. Meanwhile, the old Took and Paladin had reached the ivy bridge. They stood at its center, looking down into the water below. The stream ran dark and swift, its surface reflecting the fading stars. There was no sign of any elven lady, no music but the natural song of water over stone. Yet as they watched, a fish jumped, breaking the surface with a silver splash, and for just a moment, the water seemed to glow with a soft light that might have been nothing more than the first hint of dawn, or might have been something else entirely. "Did you see that, grandfather?" Paladin asked quietly. "I saw something," the old Took replied. "Whether it was what you saw, I cannot say. But I'm glad we came. Sometimes it's enough just to stand in a place and remember, to acknowledge what happened here, even if we can't see it with our own eyes." They stood in companionable silence for a few more moments, then continued on their way home. The sky grew lighter with each passing minute, and by the time they reached the old Took's smile, the sun was just beginning to peek over the eastern hills, painting the clouds in shades of pink and gold. Back at Bag End, Bungo and Belladonna stood in their doorway, watching the last of their guests disappear down the various paths leading away from their home. When the last figure had vanished from sight, they turned and went back inside, closing the round green door softly behind them. The parlor was a scene of cheerful disarray, empty mugs and plates scattered about. The fire burned down to glowing embers, cushions disheveled where the guests had sat, but neither of them minded. There was something satisfying about the mess, evidence of a gathering well hosted, of fellowship shared and stories told. "That was a night to remember," Bungo said, beginning to collect the dishes. "I don't think I've ever heard such tales, and I've been hosting these gatherings for 20 years now." Belladonna nodded, banking the fire carefully. There was something special about tonight, something more than just good stories well told. It felt as if we were being entrusted with something important, as if we'd been given a responsibility to preserve these memories. She paused, looking around the familiar room. "Do you think it's all true, Bungo? The elf beneath the bridge, the creatures under the tree, Hobbitler and his ancient vault? Or do you think we were all caught up in the mood of the evening, willing ourselves to believe in marvels?" Bungo considered the question as he carried a stack of plates to the kitchen. "I think," he said slowly, "that truth is a more complicated thing than we usually allow. Are the stories factually accurate in every detail? Perhaps not. But do they point to something real, something genuine about the nature of the Shire and the land it stands upon? I believe they do, and in the end, that's what matters. The stories are true in the way that matters most, in the truths they tell about who we are and what kind of world we live in." He returned to the parlor and put his arm around his wife's shoulders. "We live in a magical place, my dear. Not magic in the sense of spells and sorcery, but magic in the sense of wonder, of connection to something older and deeper than ourselves. The Shire is blessed, and we are blessed to live here. These stories remind us of that, help us appreciate what we have." Belladonna leaned into his embrace, smiling, "You're a wise hobbit, Bungo Baggins, wiser than you let on most of the time." They stood together in the growing dawn light, looking at their comfortable home, their safe and ordinary hobbit hole that now seemed touched by a hint of the extraordinary. Outside, the sun was fully up now, and Hobbiton was waking to a new day. Doors were opening, hobbits were emerging to tend their gardens or head to their work, and the normal rhythms of life in the Shire were resuming. But for those who had gathered at Bag End through the night, nothing would be quite normal again. They would go about their days, tend their gardens, share their meals, laugh with their neighbours, and live their comfortable hobbit lives. But underneath it all, they would carry with them the knowledge of deeper mysteries, of ancient wonders, of magic that slept beneath the surface of ordinary things. They would look at the ivy bridge and remember Nimbrathil and her songs of farewell. They would pass the party tree and think of the old folk dancing in the moonlight. They would draw water from their wells and wonder what depth those wells reached, what faces might look up from them on certain nights. And they would walk upon Hobbiton Hill, knowing that beneath their feet lay secrets from ages past, waiting for whatever future might have need of them. The stories had done their work. They had opened eyes and awakened wonder. They had reminded these hobbits that the world was larger and stranger than daily life suggested, while also affirming that daily life, with all its simple pleasures and small joys, was the greatest treasure of all. As the sun climbed higher and the day properly began, Bungo and Belladonna finished tidying their parlor. They would sleep for a few hours, then wake to their own ordinary day. But next year, when the dark moon of October came round again, they would open their doors once more. The fire would be lit, the food laid out, and friends would gather to share stories, keeping alive the old traditions, preserving the old knowledge, and acknowledging that the Shire, comfortable and safe as it seemed, stood upon foundations of wonder. For that is the way of hobbits, and always has been. They know how to live well in the moment, to appreciate comfort and good company, and the pleasures of a well-tended garden. But the wisest among them also know how to remember, how to honour what came before, and how to hold in their hearts the knowledge that the world holds more magic than the eye can see. They know that ordinary life and extraordinary truth can coexist, that one can live simply while acknowledging complexity, that one can love peace while respecting mystery. And so the day began in Hobbiton, as countless days had begun before and would begin again. The sun shone on the green hill and the fields around it. Smoke rose from chimneys, and hobbits went about their business. To any casual observer, it was just another day in the Shire, peaceful and unremarkable. But to those who knew, to those who had heard the stories and kept them alive in their hearts, every ordinary moment was touched with a hint of the extraordinary. Every familiar place held the possibility of wonder. And that, perhaps, is the greatest magic of all.